Evan. Okay, so sorry.
Good evening. Good evening. I'd like to call the Winterville Town Council meeting to order. Today is Monday, November the 4th, 2024. It's 6:01. Invocation today will be given by Councilwoman Robinson. After Councilwoman Robinson, we will stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. However you want.
Stand. Heavenly Father, we give thanks for our community. Give thanks to those who gathered tonight with us. We thank them for the interest they have in the community, and we ask you, Lord, to guide our decisions made here tonight to follow your will to build our community. Amen.
Amen. If you could please turn to face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, I'd like to welcome everyone to our Winterville Town meeting. I'd like to recognize any elected official. I see we have Councilwoman Portia Willis from the city of Greenville. Is anyone else that is an elected official that's in the audience? If you will please stand so we can recognize you. If not, we'll move on to the roll call.
Good evening. If everyone would denote their presence through the system. Mayor, everyone's present and accounted for.
Thank you. Next up will be the approval of the agenda. Turn this over to Town Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, you have an amended agenda at your seats this evening. You will denote on page 2 that a closed session has been added. Other than that, I believe that's the only change.
Okay. Is there any other changes? If none, can I get a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell, second by Councilwoman Hawkins. Any discussion before we vote? If none, please vote by clicking your clicker. Motion carry. Next up is our proclamations, and our clerk, Mr. Harvey, will read the proclamations.
Mayor, do you want him to read all of them?
No, you can just
Reference?
reference the proclamations.
The proclamations that are on the agenda tonight is Veterans Day, which is upcoming here on November the 11th. Then we have an International Volunteer Month, recognition of that. And then we have the International Migrants Month in recognition of that. And World Pancreatic Cancer Day, that we will recognize that.
Thank you, and hope everyone can attend our Veterans Day celebration here in Winterville to be at the fire department. I think it's at 11.
Yes, and I'll send out information and we'll make sure it's posted as well.
All right.
Good.
All right.
It is posted
It's
as
posted.
well.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Next up is our public comment section. And before we go into the public comment section, I need to read this statement. The public comment period of 30 minutes provide an opportunity for residents to comment on any item included in the agenda or to address the town council on any other matter related to the town of Winterville or any item included in the public hearing section of the agenda. Residents should address the council at the time the mayor invites public comments on the item. No public comment may be made to the council during the meeting except during the public comment period or as part of the public hearing. Individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and no more than 3 speakers may address the council on a single matter. The town council may elect to take no action on the matter addressed by a speaker or may schedule the matter for further consideration at a future council meeting, or may refer the matter to the town staff for disposition. Copies of the town public comment period are available in the rear of the assembly room. And tonight, we have three speakers that are signed up. And when you come to the podium, could you please state your name and your address? The first one that we have is Mr. Stephen McGee. Stephen? Yeah, if you step there to the podium, please.
On me?
Yes, on you, sir.
All right. Good evening, everybody.
State your name and address, please.
My name is Stephen McGee, address 2195 Harris Ridge Road in Winterville. I wanted to speak in support of the farmstead community, that development. I'm gonna stick to what I do know. I don't like to speak about things that I don't know. What I do know is that Andre Duncan is the builder for this project. I've come to know him. He's a good friend now. He started off, he built my home in Winterville. Even in spite of challenges that we had with septic issues and things of that nature. He doesn't run away from adversity. He stands up and he does what's best for whoever he's working with and the community. We volunteer together on a lot of different things. Our children have played together and against each other through community sports. I've watched him volunteer his time as well as me volunteer my time. So I say all that to say I don't know all of the details of the project. I did speak previously about this issue when it came up in terms of a zoning issue. I still stand behind the project and behind Andre because I've witnessed Andre time and time again always do what's best for the community and for the people that he works with. He's a retired disabled veteran. He's heavily involved in the community, and I support the project. Again, I know what he stands for. We become good friends, and he does what's best for the community and anybody he is working with. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Next up, we have Dr. Sharon McDonald Evans. Oh, I'm sorry. And also, along with Ms. Evans, we have Nicole Bynum also.
Possibly. I have a question. I need clarification on my 3-minute time limit. I might be right at 4 minutes, so if Nicole has given me her time, can I take that?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay, so I will speak fast.
Okay, thank you.
I am Dr. Sharon McDonald Evans, 1657 Cambria Drive. I am speaking tonight as an advocate in the community and member of the Pitt County branch of the NAACP to formally address concerns outlined in the letter written by Chief Christopher Williams regarding Marlo Bynum's application for ABC permit. I've made several attempts to contact your chief and even left my business card. He has not called me back. And I am not quite used to that because other chiefs, sheriffs, and U.S. Marshals, as well as the colonel of the Highway Patrol, do call me back. Anyway, in the chief's opposing letter to Mr. Bynum's application, he cited North Carolina General Statute 18B 901C1, referencing Mr. Bynum's past probationary period as previous involvement with narcotics. However, it is crucial to note that Mr. Bynum's probationary period concluded on April 26, 2021, which is not recent. By a legal standard of definition, a reasonable person would assume that's within 1 or 2 years. This mischaracterizes his person and is misleading and as well as irrelevant to the case. According to North Carolina General Statute 18B 900A3, an individual is eligible to receive and hold an ABC permit control if they have not been convicted of a felony within the last 3 years. Additionally, if that individual was convicted of a felony more than 3 years ago, they must have had their citizenship's rights restored, of which Mr. Bynum has. He was convicted in 2010, and his rights have been fully restored. On June 4th, Mr. Bynum submitted an application at 2 o'clock to Chief Williams. Later that same day, he was served with a search warrant by ALE officers executing a warrant on the premises. That case has been dismissed, which indicates insufficient evidence to substantiate the claims in the warrant. Furthermore, the chief's assertion that the alcohol was being illegally sold is untrue, as seized alcohol was left over from a previous event and no illegal sales were recorded or done at that period. North Carolina General Statute 93B 8.1 provides formerly convicted individuals with a chance to reintegrate and positively contribute to their communities. Mr. Bynum has demonstrated his commitment to a lawful business practices, where he has had three businesses since 2014 in that same vicinity. Due to Chief Williams' refusal and subsequent procedural delays, Mr. Bynum has already waited beyond the period required during the time frame. His application deadline exceeded the time allotted for him to provide his opinion, and I have those details, but I'm running out of time. My suggestion or my ask of the town council is to investigate the involvement of the chief to make sure that there are no discrepancies in treatment, and to make sure we can prioritize a timely resolution to resolve this case in the manner of Mr. and Mrs. Bynum. Given the complexities and irregularities of this case, I invite each council member to consider submitting your own letter of opinion. You can do that by giving guidance from the ABC Commission, and I will yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Ms. Bynum, would you like to speak? Yeah, you don't want?
This case has
Excuse me, can you just state your name and address, please? I'm sorry.
Nicole Bynum, address 113 West Fire Tower Road.
Thank you.
Conclusion, this case has revealed inconsistencies that raise serious concerns about the fairness of the process. Mr. Bynum has abided by all legal requirements, citation has been dismissed, and there has been no evidence to support the claim of illegal activity. Moreover, Mr. Bynum requests for a detailed list of seized items which unanswered over 30 days, further underscored the procedure lapse at hand. I hope that the council will take these concerns seriously and work towards a fair and equitable resolution. All Winterville citizens deserve unbiased treatment, and I believe that your collective voices can ensure justice for Mr. Bynum and others facing similar obstacles. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and let's work together to resolve soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Brandy Daniels.
My name's Brandy Daniels. I live in Laurie Meadows, 2945 Foxglove Drive. Hi, everybody. I attend as many meetings as possible, and I'm also a member of the Planning and Zoning Board. I'm committed to the continual improvement of Winterville. As my husband and my daughter, we live here, we purchased a house here, and I was extremely sad to see what occurred between Corbella's and the police department. I'm not here to pass judgment between either, but it's concerning to me that these issues only occur with residents that look like me. I would like to make the recommendation that the Economic Development Department contact Mr. Bynum and maybe assist him with that process. We have an office that we pay staff for. Maybe they can help assist him in that as we try to get more businesses in Winterville. We currently have 4 businesses that are within a 1-mile radius that have liquor licenses. This is extremely excessive, but for some reason, the town of Winterville sees this as valuable. I would like the board to have the same viewpoint for Corbella's as the other locations. The only difference between the restaurants is the owner. And while the majority of the population identifies in Winterville as white, roughly 35% of the population identifies African American. We need locations in the area that provide an environment where we feel welcome and are not the minority in an environment. The types of events and businesses that I saw posted on his social media provided an opportunity and avenue that I was extremely interested in. Unlike the majority of the businesses within a 1-mile radius that I don't feel cater to what me and my family are interested in. And they also serve alcohol. If anything, we could decrease those number of locations and pour some of that interest into other businesses. I also want to address what appears to be, I'm concerned that we're wasting a lot of money due to careless mistakes of the police department. We can't afford to continue to pay the salaries, pensions, and settlements for police and for police unions and large insurance payments. We're currently having to pay over $4 million for the intentional mistake of a staff member of this town of a Black man that was falsely imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. I know that's being paid via insurance, but it still impacts our overall budget. Reviewing the video is clear that the officer didn't have a warrant. So maybe I would like to make a recommendation. Maybe the Human Resources Board can review these and make honest recommendations. You really can't expect the town to really, you all work together. So that would help make sure it's not. I'm open to any questions and will return next month, as I usually do, to ask for feedback. And also, hopefully you all will have some updates for us. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment section. Next item up is our consent agenda.
I will move that we approve the consent agenda with one correction. September minutes on page 23, if you'll remove 1P from striping,
You get with me
I
later.
will. Just makes a difference. Sorry, the English teacher got me. Other than that, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the consent agenda with the removal of 1P.
When you look at it, you'll understand why.
From the September meeting. The motion was made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Robinson. Now, is any discussion?
Not on this issue. Going back to the consent agenda.
Going back to the public comment,
Yeah.
I was awaiting to see if there was any discussion via the public comment.
I think any planned discussion is set for later
Later.
in the meeting.
You have a closed session that's set for later tonight where this matter will be discussed at that time.
Does that include discussion via comment? Does that close off from a comment after the public comments?
It would be a discussion amongst the council. I think this was one of the emails that I think we saw over late last week was talking about, a potential closed session. Now, after that closed session, if you would desire to come back out into open session and make comments, you certainly have every right to do that.
Sure, just wanted clarification
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that via a comment after the comments, because we typically have conversations after, but I understand it's a closed session. Okay, thank you.
Any more discussions? If no discussion, could you please vote, please? Motion carry. Next up, old business, we have Sutton Capital Farmstead Utilities.
I believe I saw Scott Anderson
Scott,
here.
yeah, Scott Anderson.
I see Mr. Porter. Good evening.
See you this evening. Can you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Christian Porter. I'm with the law firm of Colombo, Kitchen, Dunball, and Porter in Greenville. Here on behalf of Sutton Land Holdings, LLC, and I have with me tonight Scott Anderson from ARC Consulting. Scott's going to make the bulk of the presentation and give you some background, but what we're here is to tell you a story. The request tonight is to ask you that you know about this property. The farmstead property has been rezoned. It's been before you before. You had a hearing a couple of months ago where you decided that the town of Winterville would serve this project with utilities. And what we're here tonight is to ask you to reconsider that and to allow Greenville Utilities to service this property instead of the town of Winterville. And we'll talk further about that as we go on tonight. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Anderson now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Scott Anderson. I'm with ARC Consulting Group, a civil engineer. And as Mr. Porter stated, we are here tonight to request that you reconsider that and allow this property to be served with water and sewer by Greenville Utilities. So a little bit of background. Sutton Capital currently owns approximately 94 acres that's located at the intersection of Reedy Branch Road and Davenport Farm Road. This property is located on the west side of Reedy Branch Road and is bisected by Davenport Farm Road. They've proposed to develop the property for a medium-density, single-family residential development that we refer to as the farmstead. Again, you can see the site location with the area in black. Again, this is our concept plan that I believe you have seen before. We came to you initially in September of 2021 and requested a rezoning of the property that would have allowed approximately 213 single-family lots. Due to concerns that were raised during that process regarding the density of the project, the request was denied. We came back before you in December of 2021, and we modified that request and reduced the requested density and changed the previous R6 area that was located adjacent to Pitt Community College to R8. The rezoning was approved, and Sutton Capital purchased the property in 2022. In January of this year, we submitted a preliminary plat for the property. This plat shows 179 single-family lots. When we submitted the request, at that time, we showed connecting the water and sewer to the existing Greenville Utilities water and sewer mains that are located adjacent to the property. So this is the portion of the property that's on the south side of Davenport Farm Road, and the area that's on the left is where we're connecting to the existing GUC gravity sewer main for that portion of the property. This is the property to the north along with Pitt Community College along the top of the page. And again, the area on the left-hand side is where we're also connecting gravity sewer to existing Greenville Utilities mains. Greenville Utilities also has an existing water main that's located in Davenport Farm Road and in Reedy Branch Road, adjacent to the site, that could provide domestic water service to the property. We assumed that Greenville Utilities would be able to serve this property for a couple of different reasons. One, because of the proximity of the existing GUC mains adjacent to the site. Two, the adjacent property to the north, the Pitt Community College property that Pitt Community College refers to as the Bowen Farm. That portion of their campus is served with water and sewer and electric by Greenville Utilities. as well as the property to the south of ours that is currently Open Door Church is served with water and sewer by Greenville Utilities. In addition, the existing single-family properties that are located along Davenport Farm and Reedy Branch are served water by Greenville Utilities. So each of those blue dots on the screen represent a GUC water service. And then finally, our reason for assuming that this would be served by Greenville Utilities is that the town of Winterville does not have any water or sewer mains within 1,500 feet of this project site. As the crow flies, the closest water main is about 2,300 feet, and the closest sewer main is about 2,500 feet. After we submitted the preliminary plat, we were notified that we would be required to extend the town of Winterville water and sewer facilities to serve our proposed development. It's our understanding that at that time, the town hired Rivers and Associates, another engineering firm, to prepare a study for the evaluation of utility service in this area and to recommend how this area should be served. In March of 2024, a draft copy of the study was provided to us. Based on the findings of this study, in order to provide town of Winterville water and sewer service for the farmstead property, a new sewer pump station would be required to be located on the property, and approximately 4,650 feet of force main would be required to extend to the existing CMSD pump station that's located at the Winterville Cemetery. This force main extension would be required to be extended across five private properties, and is shown on the screen. Does it have a pointer? Does this have a pointer?
Right here, too.
Thank you. So the force main is extending here to the existing pump station at the cemetery. According to the Rivers and Associates cost estimate, the cost of the pump station and the force main to serve only the farmstead project will be approximately $1.8 million. However, this estimate did not include any design or permitting cost and did not include the cost of any off-site easement acquisition. With these added costs, we estimate that the cost of the sewer improvements will be over $2.1 million. The study also showed that in order to provide water service to the property, a new 10-inch main would be required to extend approximately 7,000 feet from an existing 12-inch main along Highway 11 in front of Pitt Community College. So at the top of the page here is where that connection would be made. And then the water line would extend down, across to Reedy Branch Road, down Reedy Branch, all the way to Four Lines Road. So it's approximately 7,000 feet of 10-inch water main. And in addition, an additional 2,900 feet of 8-inch water main would be required to be extended from Reedy Branch along Davenport Farm Road to complete the loop with an existing 6-inch water main in Central Park Drive. According to the Rivers cost estimate, the cost of this water main would be approximately $2.2 million. Again, this cost did not include any design or permitting cost and did not include the cost of any off-site easement acquisition. So with these added costs, the likely total cost of the water main extensions would be over $2.5 million. Based on the total estimated water and sewer cost of approximately $4.6 million and the proposed 179 lots in the subdivision, the estimated of the cost of the project will increase by over $25,000 a lot, which is an approximately 50% cost increase to the project. When looking at the potential revenues generated by the additional water and sewer services from the development, we assume that each lot and each house would use approximately 6,750 gallons. Sounds like a random number, but that's actually based off the state's water usage when we submit for permits for a 3-bedroom house. And that would be assuming the full usage that the state requires. For instance, my house, I have a family of 5 with only 4 left in the house. My daughter has graduated and moved out. But we use on average about 4,500 to 5,000 gallons a month. So the 6,750 gallons we used is at the upper end of what could be expected for an average household. Using the towns of Winterville's current rates at full build out, the 179 homes would generate $6,231 per month on water and $13,150 per month on sewer, which totals approximately $232,000 per year. There's also a one-time development fee for new construction that's $250 per home, so for 179 lots will generate about $45,000. However, the town of Winterville purchased its water from Greenville Utilities and also pays CMSD to treat the sewer. So when you subtract out those costs, it leaves an annual revenue of only about $159,000. This does not take into account any operational cost, any maintenance cost, or any long-term financing costs. So with all that factored in, or before those things are factored in, the payback would be about 28 years. And again, that does not include any ongoing operation or maintenance cost. Furthermore, the sequencing of the additional development costs also represents a hardship, as all of the off-site infrastructure costs would be required at the beginning of the project, rather than being phased as the project progresses. So with us tying into Greenville Utilities, we would be able to phase that, pull in gravity sewer as that project develops, whereas the off-site water and sewer extensions that would be required to serve with the town of Winterville, all of those costs would be bared up front before the first lot could ever be put into service. And finally, to extend the town of Winterville infrastructure to the property will create significant time delays to the project, as additional time will be required to design and permit the off-site utilities and obtain any off-site easements. Precedent, as we said, the Pitt Community College Bowen Farm is currently in the town of Winterville city limits, but it is served by Greenville Utilities. There's also 3 other residential subdivisions in close proximity to this, being Manchester subdivision on 4 Lines Road across from South Central, Villa Grande subdivision, and Denali subdivision. Each of those subdivisions are served water by Bell Author and not by the town of Winterville, but those properties are annexed into the town of Winterville. And lastly, other factor to consider is the CMSD sewer wastewater treatment plant capacity. In doing our research to prepare for this, we talked with CMSD, and as of today, they have just under 300,000 gallons of capacity available at the plant. This proposed development would add about 40,000 gallons per day of additional sewer flows to the plant. So this would take up capacity at the treatment plant that could be used by development in other places of the town. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I have a couple very quick. How many easements will y'all have to pay for? You were saying, how many easements will y'all have to buy?
So there's easements across 5 different private properties. 2 of those are churches, so you've got Open Door Church and the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and then the other 3 are individually owned properties.
And
Again, that's
then-
about 4,000 feet of easement.
Okay.
We would need both a permanent utility easement plus a temporary construction easement. And those properties, the land value on those properties averages about $25,000 to $30,000 an acre is what the land value of those properties, just looking at the tax records. Which is,
And then you had in here, it says a return period of 28.63 years. You sure it's 28, not 20? I'm just asking.
yes, it's 28. And that 28 years is actually optimistic. Again, we're using revenue, or we're using flows that are the higher rate than what we think would probably be likely on average. The other thing is that assumes that all 179 lots were to come on in year one. And we anticipate for 179 lots, you're probably looking at about a 5-year build out. So that 28 is probably somewhere closer to 30, 33 years when you factor those things in.
And then the other thing is, maybe Anthony may step up and I can ask him. Anthony, the one-time development fee, we changed that, correct?
So we have system development fees,
Uh-huh,
one for water and one for sewer.
okay. So the 250 is correct, or I thought it was more than that?
Oh, it's definitely more than that.
Right,
Yes.
so what is it?
250 is the meter.
Right,
The meter fee.
uh-huh.
Depends on
Meter.
the size of the meter, but the 3/4 inch meter is gonna run around, I think combined it's around 3,000.
3,000, okay.
How is that charged when the developer puts in all that?
That fee's 250, but the system development fee is big money, which is probably what you're mostly focused on, and that's
Which I think that's right.
paid, that would be paid at the recording of the final plat.
Okay, all right, okay, I see it here, okay, just wanted to make sure. 'Cause
It was the way that 250 is
250,
worded
right,
that's-
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you both, yeah.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
My question is, what does it cost for you to connect to Greenville Utility on both ends? What is your total cost? Is Greenville Utility going to allow you to connect freely, or are they going to charge you?
Yeah, so just like Winterville has some system development fees, Greenville Utilities also has system development fees. The difference being the proximity of those existing mains. So when we looked at what it would take to install sewer and water to serve this site, there's no off-site extensions that would be required. So all of the on-site development would be relatively apples to apples here. So really the only cost difference would be the off-site extensions that are required.
How much is that approximately?
You talking about just the tap fees, or are you talking about to install the on-site water and sewer fees?
Yes.
The on-site water and sewer fees? On-site. I don't have the water and sewer broken out separately. When we looked at the water, sewer, storm drain, streets, sidewalks that are on-site, all of those development costs are about $50,000 a lot, based on our estimates that we've gotten from contractors who have priced this for us. So again, the off-site improvements that would be required to make the connections to the town of Winterville adds an additional $25,000 a lot to that.
My question may be very simple.
Okay.
I've listened to the cost for all these different things that you listed. Here, it'll take our citizens 28 years to pay back the cost. But I did not hear how much the developer is willing to donate. I don't say donate, but how much will the developer be willing to put in to do these infrastructure?
So this is our interpretation of the town's ordinance, which says, I mean, this happens to be for sewer, but the water is exactly the same wording. This is section 154.39. So for subdivisions located entirely outside the boundaries of the town, which this would be, it is not available, that water or sewer is not available unless, and based upon the chart, it depends on the number of lots that you're developing. In this particular case, it's over 100, so the water and the sewer has to be within 1,500 feet. And so, as you heard Mr. Anderson say, Winterville's water and sewer is significantly further than 1,500 feet. So our understanding is we would be responsible for the last 1,500 feet, and Winterville would have to bring it up to that point. Because it says in the ordinance that it would be extended at no cost to the subdivider. So we've calculated these based upon we would take part and Winterville would take part. But based off of the distances, about 70% of the cost would be Winterville's and about 30% would be the developers. Am I remembering that correctly? That's how we've calculated these numbers.
Yep. Just a point of clarification, a question, I guess. So the subdivisions that you referenced as precedent that are serviced by either Greenville Utilities or Bell Author, but are annexed into the town of Winterville, but how do those sit in the territorial agreements? Is it perhaps because of the territorial agreement that they are serviced by these other entities yet annexed into the town of Winterville?
That's correct.
And then my second question would be, when you refer to this existing water, is it line or main? How long has that been in existence?
The Greenville Utilities water main that's existing, I do not know that answer.
Okay.
Dr. Harrell.
All right, so my question is, you talked about the infrastructure, the location, but what about the environmental impact that it will have? Because I wrote down that you spoke about the CMSD capacity or being close to capacity. Tell me about the environmental impact.
From a water treatment plant, so the way the sewer works is we're typically a gravity system to a low point. And then at that low point, we've got a pump station that's going to pick it up and pump it down the line. In this case, we would put a pump station in the low point of the site, which would be along Swift Creek. That's the natural topography of the site. That pump station would be about 18 feet deep, and it would be located, like I said, immediately adjacent to Swift Creek. We're then going to have to come out of that pump station and run 4,000 feet of force main. Per the study, it's recommended a 4-inch main. That's going to pump to the existing CMSD pump station that's at the cemetery site. From there, it's going to get picked up and pumped again to the treatment plant. So from an environmental perspective, we're going to have a couple of things that we're contending with. One is just the environmental safety of that pump station. So it's going to have to be adequately maintained. Your staff does that. They do it on a regular basis for all of your pump stations to make sure that they're in compliance, power is there, the alarms work. If a failure were to happen either in power or in a pump, an alarm's going to go off, they're going to get notified, and they're going to go out and take care of it and hopefully avoid any environmental damages. It doesn't say there's not a chance that, you know, in a bad storm, hurricane, things happen and pump stations overflow. From a capacity standpoint, each of those pump stations has an available capacity that it can handle. So the more that we put on these systems and the closer you get to the capacity, the closer you get to having some environmental concerns. The other area where we're showing these force mains running, is a potential that those are crossing through wetlands. It's permittable, and it's allowed, but it is, during construction, you'll have construction traffic that's in those wetlands. They'll have to be restored back to their natural condition. But those are some of the environmental issues that.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? The last thing for me is where, if we had to build this pump station, where is it on, where? Again, is it on the backside?
Yeah, so the pump station that's proposed is right here. So again, Davenport Farm Road coming through, Reedy Branch here, and a pump station would be located here.
And that's on the south side?
It's on the west side.
West
Yeah,
side?
southwest side.
Southwest side.
Yep, so south of Davenport Farm, west side of the property.
Near the bridge, correct?
Yes, right near the bridge.
Near the bridge, okay. Anyone else, any more discussion? Do you, yeah, you have any more discussion, Mr. Porter?
If I could just briefly summarize, that was a lot of figures and numbers, but let me just try to bring what our request is succinctly, okay? The project was designed originally by the developer to be serviced by Greenville Utilities because of the proximity of GUC's utilities to this site, okay? During its due diligence and so forth, it was never brought up to them that this would need to be served by Winterville. The first they learned of that was in January of this year. And since that time, we've been trying to determine what does that look like? What is the impact of that? And that's why we're here tonight, because what you heard is effectively the interior cost of developing the subdivision doesn't change. If GUC services the project, they're right there. It's more or less you just connect, relatively speaking. But to switch to Winterville, it's $4.6 million difference. And, I'm not going to say that the project would never be done, but that prices this project sort of outside of what would probably be doable in this market. And so the request is to allow this property to be served by GUC for utilities and not by the town of Winterville.
And again, you say in 24 you will notify, right?
In January, I'm looking, not shaking his head, January,
All
yes.
right. Now, can Anthony and Cliff come to the thing, please? I just want to ask you a question. In the meeting, you stated it was, you told them in 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
When this was originally brought to my attention, I became the Public Works Director May of 2022. This was already on the table. When it came to the preliminary plat, we immediately noticed they had GUC serving this. So we started stemming questions of this is in the Winterville's territory agreement. I was told it was agreed to. I asked for the proof. Where is it in writing? A man can tell you anything, but if I can't see it in writing, I can't prove it, neither can they. Nobody has yet to provide me anything in writing stating that Greenville was able to serve this property.
All right.
And to Mr. Anderson's point, he stated up here, they assumed Greenville would serve this property.
If I may, Mayor.
Yes.
So, and that kind of follows up with my question. So if I purchase a piece of land and I assume it will perk and then I find out it can't, I mean, that's my due diligence. And I kind of feel like if I'm going to purchase something and have a plan of this extent, I would research and know what the territorial agreement is as far as utilities.
I may add some of the infrastructure Mr. Anderson is referencing was put in our territory unbeknownst to us. So GUC is already encroached on our territory with infrastructure that we did not approve.
Would that be the existing that is referenced?
The most recent upgraded 10-inch water line that, you know, they were planning to tie into.
I will say the Bowen Farm, where Pitt Community is referenced, that was done under an agreement, previous agreement, that we do have that in writing,
And again,
just as a point of
that's in
clarification.
the city limits, but that's different than this, because if this was annexed into the city and GUC served it, the town would be, we would have to maintain the streets, the stormwater, all that stuff that we don't have to maintain at Pitt Community College.
Anybody else?
I do. I have a question. It was just mentioned that there was an assumption of Greenville Utilities. Can one of the gentlemen speak to that? What artifacts do you have going back years for you to be definitive in confidence that GUC was going to service this?
Yeah, so during the process, again, I had, back in 2021, I had conversations with previous Winterville staff. At no point did we talk about that this would be required to be served by town of Winterville. I did have conversations with Greenville Utilities throughout the process. At no point did they tell us that this was Winterville's service area and that they could not serve it. And so also in my career, was involved in a significant portion of the Bowen Farm development. And so my experience there was that was Greenville Utilities service area. And again, like I said, the proximity, this was surrounded by Greenville Utilities. It was an assumption on my part.
Thank you.
And for all staff again, because I just have some questions about that water line, because I came in this morning to look, and we do our TRC, correct?
That's correct.
Development review on that water line. Or was there not any?
There was no
There's
TRC on
There's
that
no
work.
TRC on that. But
Not that
I'm
I'm
just
aware
trying to figure out.
I understand, but
Right.
the purpose of the technical review committee does not usually relate to just a utility line.
Right,
It's
but
usually related to a project.
if he looked on the previous thing, he saw that there's utility, when you say you came in 22, right? I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yes, sir. I was not involved in the water line they ran to the new campus of Open Door Church.
Mhm.
I was not involved in that. If anybody can provide, and I have asked even for that, I've not seen any documents stating that the town allowed them to put that in our jurisdiction. I've even reached out to the GUC Superintendent of Water Resources, and I still have not seen it.
It's hard. It slipped through the crack like that, but I just, because
I'll be the
I
first
rode
to say
by there.
mistakes were made. I mean, I'm not
I
gonna
rode
deny
by
it.
there every day and saw them putting it in.
Yeah, but it was obviously put in, you know, either by mistake or it slipped through a crack, as you say, but I was not involved in that. You know, that water line was being finished up when I got here. I told Anthony and Terry about it, and I think Keem was involved in looking into that, and you know, they can touch on what the final decision was,
Right.
but we brought that to the attention as soon as we saw it.
Now, going to King, we could have imposed an injunction, correct, on GUC?
Yeah, we certainly could have filed a suit and asked the court for an injunction. Yes, sir. We did not.
Anyone else? Thank you all both. Anybody else have any more questions for Farmstead Group? Thank you, Mr. Anderson. So, board, we can.
Mayor, clearly, from the discussion we just had, part of this deals with design and design aspects, but also involves legal aspects too. If the council would like to continue to discuss this issue, I would suggest under the closed session, attorney-client privilege, that we can discuss this further then. And also, at the end of that discussion, if you would like to make some further discussion or decisions, we could come back out in open session.
All right. Council, how y'all feel about that? Take it to closed session?
I have a question. Attorney Lassiter, if we are doing things, or this is gonna be closed session, when would we have, or are we coming back out to give an answer tonight, or, you know, what's the time frame?
Sure.
You know,
Yeah,
for this?
yeah, it's totally up to you. You know, once we have our discussion in closed session, you can come right out and tonight and vote and make a decision. You can do that later tonight.
So, looking down.
You don't need, we do not have to have a motion on that.
No, sir, this is on your agenda for tonight. We
Yes.
can just pick it up in closed session.
Pick it up.
That is
That's what-
correct.
That's what I'm asking. Do you want to
Okay.
put it in
Yes.
closed session?
Yes, sir.
Right. I know it wasn't, I know what
no
you're saying,
motion.
right. No motion, but if you want to add this to the closed session conversation. Okay. All right, so this item will be moved into closed session as well. Okay. All right. All right, next up, if there's nothing else, next up is Eli Ridge, Phase 5, final plat. Stephen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have received a final plat for Eli's Ridge. It's called Eli's Ridge Phase 5. This is by Stroud Engineering. It's off of Worthington Road. It's a small expansion on the existing subdivision, Eli's Ridge. It's a 14-lot subdivision, 5.51 acres that are zoned R10. This is what the extension will look like, again, off of an existing road, very small.
Stephen, could you hold for 1 second?
Yes, sir.
Please, let everybody clear.
Yeah, that's no problem.
And the young ladies in the back, if y'all like to have a seat, please open up here, so. Officer Hammond, could you Harold, I'm sorry, could you close the doors for us, please? Okay, Stephen, continue, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Okay, this is a small addition onto Eli's Ridge, which is an existing subdivision off of Worthington Road. This will be at the end of Hunter Grace Drive, again, 14 lots, about 5.5 acres at the end of Hunter Grace Drive. As you see, the 14 lots right here, there is just a legal easement to some property adjacent to this. The road will not be constructed just because it's a legal easement. It's not a requirement of the town. Other than that, the Technical Review Committee has reviewed this and given staff approval. Planning and Zoning gave unanimous approval as well. If anybody has any questions, happy to answer.
Anyone has any questions? Anyone have any questions?
Thank you.
I move for approval.
Okay. Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell for the approval of Eli Ridge, Phase 5, final plat. Any discussion? If none, please vote. Motion carry. Thank you. Next up will be, is it Anthony and Ron on this hedging? Peak Energy Natural Gas Hedging Option Contract.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight we have before you a contract amendment for Peak Energy Natural Gas. It gives us a hedging option. So the town currently has 2 contracts for Peak. They are used to fuel our energy plant in Kings Mountain, North Carolina. These contracts were negotiated a few years back as part of a bargaining tool to lower our costs, and has worked well for the town. However, after the big spikes a few years ago in the winter, it was determined that we were not able to hedge against winter spikes or summer spikes. And so the group involved with the Kings Mountain Power Plant and Carolina Power Partners began negotiations and conversation, and it was determined that it was be in the best interest of the group to allow us to have the option to hedge. The amendment before you tonight is a tool. It's not necessarily required by the town. I used an example earlier, a good way to kind of think about what this does as far as hedging goes on our natural gas purchases is basically for those that have been familiar with purchasing LP gas in the summertime, so you don't have to pay the wintertime price. That's essentially what we're doing here, or given the option to do. This is probably not something we would take advantage of right away because natural gas prices are stabilized currently. And we would also seek some general counsel in getting into this type of hedging. It's a very complex matter, and we would not want to put the town in a situation where, you know, we lock in at a certain rate and then lose money. So, you know, you want to be cautious. It is a hedge in that, you know, we lock in at a certain rate in one point in the future to be cashed out basically down the road. So in other words, we would lock in a rate, say June or July of the year, for a price in December or January. And so if a good example would be if we were thinking the gas prices were going to go to from $5 per MMBTU to 15, we might lock in at 10 to try to save $5 per MMBTU. So our request to the council tonight is to approve these amendments. Pretty much every other entity in the group that we're involved with has already done so or is in the process of approving the same hedging options amendment to the contract. And just for clarification, it's not something that we are required to do, but is an option for the town should we see volatility in the natural gas markets.
Anthony, I have a question just for clarification. This would not encompass our entire purchase amount. In other words, we would not hedge our entire amount of gas we buy.
No, we would not. It would be 5 times a year. So, you know, and so twice in the summer and 3 times in the winter.
So what is the contingency of the board?
I move that we approve the peak energy natural gas hedging option contract amendment.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandy Harrell, that we accept the contract and for hedging. Lord, I got strangled myself. Any discussion? I'm gonna go to Johnny and then we can come back up.
Thank you. My question is,
Councilman Moore, I'm sorry.
okay, to Mr. Anthony, if by this be approved, if it's been approved, before we activate this hedging, will it be presented to the council before us, before a decision is made again?
Absolutely. This would be a first-time purchase or use of the agreement. So we would certainly get consultation from the proper energy consultants, bring that information back to the council, and then we can, the town council can make a decision, and we will work through that together.
Before your motion, Ms. Smith, I would just like to ask if you might look at the motion and change it a little bit, that we have King review
Okay, that's fine.
this contract before. Is that be right?
Pending King's review.
Pending King review.
Make it subject to my review.
Yeah,
or
subject
something
to
like
your
that.
review,
And
right.
I'll be glad to work with Anthony
Right,
on that.
subject to his review.
So
Just-
I will amend.
Okay.
If I may, real quick, since we're in the discussion part of it, this has been reviewed by attorneys representing the group. However.
Right, I understand, but
Well, I failed to mention that, so I just wanted to
Right, but
make sure.
King is
everybody-
our.
That's right, and I've already provided King with copies, so he's.
Yeah, I've got copies of
Okay.
the two amendments.
All right, okay, all right.
But subject to his fine.
Subject to his, right, okay. So you agree to that?
I agree.
Okay, all right. So we have that motion on the floor. If you could all please vote now, please. Motion carried. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the replacement, Councilwoman Robinson as representative of Mideast Commission. And before we start, I'd just like to thank you, Ms. Robinson, for your service with Mideast. You was chair, of Mideast. You represented us well with Mideast and everything. We really appreciate it. You know how I stand with Mideast. But again, we really appreciate what you did while you was there with Mideast.
I noticed that our chamber now is getting ready to, well, they've already accepted the workforce development, Rivers East Workforce Development as a member of the Winterville Chamber of Commerce. And we know that Mideast does do some work with economic development, council on aging, planning, and technical assistance to towns and cities. And of course, they work with economic growth through all the agencies we have. And those agencies we have here in Pitt County are part of that. So thank you.
Mayor, if I may mention, I just put this on the agenda not for action by council tonight, but as stated in our agenda review meeting, just to give you all notification. You saw Ms. Robertson's email, but to know that this seat is being vacated, and hopefully one of you will be thinking about wanting to replace Ms. Robertson. There is no replacement for Ms. Robertson, but to at least sit in her seat on that board. So again, it wasn't for action this evening. It was just to really call your attention and have you start thinking about who might be that person.
Well, and also too, I mean, in the agenda review, I also mentioned that, even though, we still have that seat, but we may need to look at maybe not going back with Mideast and saving that money that we put into Mideast. That's just something to think about also. I kind of know that the county is looking to do the same thing, pull out of Mideast as well. There's been some discussion about that also. And, because it's a lot of duplicating services, as you heard, our chamber is going to pick up some of it. We have a great economic development staff here. And Mideast it's great for smaller municipalities that don't have the services that we can provide, that we're providing here. And as we was tackling the budget this past year, we talked about doing away with some of the non-agencies, trying to scale back. If we're gonna ask our citizens to give more, I think we need to look at also too, if we can find ways to cut costs, we need to do the same thing. So that's just my spiel on it. So, but you are the voting council. Next up is update on the request for Board Street and Mill Street signalization. Councilwoman Hawkins.
Yes, good evening. I want to preface my two items by stating that the people are at the top of the organization. And so my first item is I am requesting an update on the Boyd Street and Mill Street signalization that was unanimously passed via motion by the council last month. If Mr. Bowers can provide an update to council as well as the people of Winterville.
Good evening, Mayor, again, members of the council. I placed before you, I know everybody's busy during the day, but we received an email from NCDOT earlier today. I printed that out. Y'all should have received the email, but in the essence of time and knowing everybody's lives are busy, I placed a copy of that email at your place tonight. Essentially, NCDOT has received the request, and they're stating that it'll be normally it takes 4 to 6 weeks, depending on scheduling, to receive traffic counts And then the information will be sent to the regional traffic engineer to run the numbers to see if the intersection meets the signal warrants for signalization. And that process, once it gets to the regional office, normally takes 2 to 3 weeks. So, you know, you're looking at possibly 6 to 9 weeks based on that combined. And then he also expressed concern about the intersection having utilities on the corners. We talked with staff and felt like while there are some utilities in the general area, that it would be depending on the design that NCDOT come up with for the signalization was something that we could handle. It wasn't very extreme in any regard. There would be some cost to the town for moving those. However, it's a little too early to tell without a design in hand to know what those actual costs would be. He goes on to state he ranks the ranking of the intersection and how it ties into those within the system, and felt like it would be 2 to 3 years before it would be funded, and he estimated a cost for the signal to be $250,000. DOT's cost, not including the cost of moving utilities. He further went on to say, you know, he would consider solar flashing beacons on the right shoulders of stop signs, and then back to an always stop again.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. So I have a question. To sum up what the response was, and you correct me if I'm wrong, in totality, it would be 2 to 3 years before a light is placed there, or you go back to total of 9 weeks for the analysis?
Total of 9 weeks for the analysis, and then if it is determined that it warrants signalization, then it would be put in queue, and that queue will take 2 to 3 years to get funded by NCDOT.
And so now I go back to our July meeting. And in our July meeting, and we can reference the minutes, it was shared that DOT stated that the amount of accidents did warrant an always stop sign. We were midst a resolution where that was paused by council. In September, we were midst the resolution. It was paused by council in September to put rumble stops as well as flashing lights. But DOT did state that an always stop sign was recommended. They recommended it for resolution. So where are we, or how can we discuss this? Now, we know we did a unanimous motion passed for signalization. So are we stating that we are in queue, if this is approved, to wait 3 more years for signalization? What will be put in place during that time in interim? What can we do for safety interim? Because right now we have flashing slow down, but that is not enough.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, we had previously, the flashing stop signs that would be on Boyd were running about 8,000. I mean, you could go ahead and request that. You know, DOT's position at the time was basically that they didn't want to invest that if it was going to come back out, you know, if it was going to be removed. And so, you know, there is a potential you know, to request that again and say, you know, given it's going to be possibly a 3-year window, would NCDOT consider to go ahead and installing those? I mean, he is in his email as of today recommending that the flashing red lights be installed. But he doesn't say it's a temporary measure. He just says, you know, that is one item of consideration.
And Councilwoman Hawkins, just to share with you, we just had a TAC meeting, and with everything that's happening in the western part of the state, they got to rebuild roads, everything. Some projects are being pushed back on the back end because all funding is going west as far as road construction and all that. Mr. Councilman Moy was in there with me. And, you know, basically, in a 2 to 3 years, maybe longer than 2 to 3 years. Yeah.
It's very, I mean, and there is a chance it doesn't score, so I mean,
Right.
you know,
That's right.
if you're looking for some more immediate response, as a council, you know, the flashing red lights is probably your quickest way home. It does avoid the always stop. However, because I understand the concerns of the driveway, blocking people in their driveways with the always stop, that some of the council members expressed. I mean, $8,000 is probably not a very expensive ask of NCDOT. Maybe we can just say, you know, since it's going to be such a long-term solution and possibly not a solution for signalization, if we could move forward while we're waiting for an answer on the signalization process to go ahead and install the flashing red stop signs. But it's a council decision, so it's.
Mr. Anthony, my question is, you quoted a cost of $250,000. You said that's what the cost for DOT to place the single light in. If that's the same cost, if the town will purchase it themselves and have it installed?
I would believe, yes, they would just, if the town elected to do it without their approval process, I mean, they would probably do it. He hasn't indicated directly that he would, but that cost would be passed directly to us.
Okay, what about to monitor it and tie it into the system so that we
Right,
can
I'm
be
sure
able
that
to
would-
control it? They will take care of that?
I have not asked that question.
Could you ask that question on your next
Yes, sir.
contact?
If
And the reason why I ask this is to say this, $250,000 sound like a lot of money. It is. It is. But let it be one of your kids, or your husband, or your wife, or your friend, or your neighbor have accident out there, crossing that dangerous street for $250,000. To me, that's a drop in the bucket. It's not even enough money for my kids, for my wife in this world. I can only speak for myself.
Councilman Moy, I didn't want to interrupt, but I do want to caution council. There are other intersections with higher accident numbers where always stops were installed by DOT. I am concerned if the town pays for a signal at that particular intersection, then there will be an expectation of us to pay for signals at these other intersections where DOT, at our request, selected to, well, the one at Laurie Ellis Road and Mill Street was at DOT's behest, but that there would be an expectation of other signals to be purchased by the town and installed on these DOT-maintained roads. Not suggesting you shouldn't do it, just wanting to call your attention to, I don't think that would be the only one.
Yes, but also, you know, the other concern that I have, and I think I mentioned it on our last meeting, when they start the project on Tar Road, and it's scheduled for 2026, all of that traffic on Tar Road, on Evans Street, gonna have to detour.
My understanding is they'll
And
keep a lane
go ahead.
open. I'm sorry, they'll keep a lane open, I believe, during the
Yeah,
construction.
it's not
It
going to
won't
be shut down
closed off
completely, but
completely.
there probably will be a mixed bag of some people
Yes.
trying to work their way around, taking shortcuts or, you know,
That's
find
what-
alternate routes.
That's what they say, but if you go down on Dickinson Avenue, I'm quite sure those businesses was given some kind of
Assurance.
assurance, but see how long that has been shut down. And, you know, I don't know what was said there. And I don't know what's going to be said here if this happened at Evans Street. But I do know that it appeared that Greenville is preparing with the roundabout that they have having built out there on, what's the name of that street?
About, Corey and
Corey and Worthing.
Thank you.
Cora, thank you. Cora Road is getting a roundabout. It's already in the process. They are getting prepared. They're gonna help them out some with that traffic keep flowing. So I'm saying to us, what are we doing here? A traffic light, 250,000. And that sounds like a lot of money. It is. But it's, with what we're talking about, with Tar Road situation and what we already have right now, I think that we need to look at it very closely.
And also to Councilmember Wade, there comes along with, as he stated earlier, also, there is no monetary, like you said, on life, monetary value on life. But also too, there's underground utilities, there's other utilities that cost from 250 is gonna, I mean, it's gonna raise significantly. You know, so it's not just 250, it's gonna be a little bit more than that. But again, there's no cost on life.
So I'm asking then, could you find out what it would take to place a single light there at that location the right way? If we have to go and move electric
I'll be
lines and
glad to
check
reach out to
and see.
NCDOT, find out what that process looks like and how
Thank
they
you.
go about finding a more refined cost for the council to be able to make a better educated decision.
Thank
In the
you.
meantime, staff can refine, once we have a preliminary design, what utilities would have to be moved and what would not have to be
Yes.
moved and what that cost would look like. So we'd certainly be able to, you know, try to get a better solution. Again, we're on their timeline though. Just, you know, just make sure, I want everybody to understand that, you know, I can request it, but it's, you know, it's on on them to get back with us with what that process would look like and what that design would look like, and what that cost would look like. So be glad to present that, be glad to move forward with it, be glad to and bring anything back that becomes available.
And want to add too also, A.G. Cox School, you know, them buses. And I know that it has not been too much of an issue. We have been very blessed that we have not had any incident yet. But I don't want to wait until a situation happens and talk about what I shoulda, coulda, woulda have done or said. So I'm saying mines now that I want to prevent all I can to make that street safer. And especially before Tar Road expansion began.
I got a question for the chief. The speed signs that are out there now, how are they powered?
Councilwoman Robertson, they are battery powered, but we do have the option to purchase a solar adapter so that we don't have to change the batteries quite so often. What we're finding right now is the signs have helped a lot there on Mill Street, but we have to change the batteries out quite often because there's much more traffic on Mill Street than there is, for example, on Cooper or when it was in Manchester or Oakwood. So those are adapters we are looking at purchasing now that we need them. Yes, ma'am.
And so when we think about the traffic on Mill Street, it is heavy flow of traffic, especially during rush hour, mornings, weekends, in and out of the town, people going to the town, tiebreakers or what have you. When we talk about always stop sign, there is give and take. So what my question is, Mr. Bowers, you're going to put in a request to DOT for the total cost, including utilities, and it is our hopes that they will get back to you in a feasible time, because, to correct me if I'm wrong, your question pause anything that they have to do? This 9 weeks, is it holding anything up in terms of their analysis? Because I know they did an analysis before, and they were okay with the always stop sign. Now they're doing another analysis, which I'm, quite frankly, don't understand. You already did an analysis. You said, they said the amount of accidents warrants an always stop sign, but now they have to do another analysis. And then ultimately that'll take 2 or 3 years. So once you get your answer back, we're gonna be ready to move on this because we need something safe there.
So just to kind of expound on that a little bit. So the first review that we requested was for the always stop. That was done at the local level. And so that did not have to go to any kind of engineering firm. So once the town requested a signalized intersection, that bumped it up. And so the local people then have to submit information over to an engineering firm for review. And that process, so the process for the four-way stop is like step 1, and then the process for signalized intersection will be step 2, which is more robust in involving the engineers. And then, so for us, from getting a total cost, you know, we're gonna have to see some sort of general design. So our hesitation or inability to give you an answer, like say, for example, next month, is would be all dependent upon when they tell us where they would need infrastructure put, so that we know what utility services would have to be moved. We would be just making an assumption otherwise.
So I'm interpreting that as 3 months, 6 months for a total design, just to get an answer back, then to make a decision. Is that generalized? Because we don't know. It could be.
That's correct, yeah. I mean, it could
be
be 3 months, it could be 6 months, it could be 8 months. It just really depends on what their workload is like on the design side and how that fits into their schedule once we make the request. I mean, I can't answer for them,
Right.
Unfortunately.
Absolutely.
I would like to be able to give you a specific date. If it were me, I could say yes, but,
So, and keeping with this discussion, I know we have, have an agenda, but this is very important. So as we're processing all of this information, right? So it could be 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, and we're having to wait. What can we do in the meantime? We have the flashing lights. Chief Williams just shared that he's having to change things out. So I'm gonna hope that this is consistent. I'm gonna hope that there are intermittently some presence to stop speeding, because ultimately, if nothing is happening for 3, 6, 8 months, something is going to happen fatal there, and I can't say it enough. So now we'll be at a point where we're waiting again.
I think too, in communicating with NCDOT, I'd be more than glad, should the council see fit, for me to go ahead and ask them to go ahead and install the flashing red lights in the interim.
Yes.
But that's, you know.
It may help if council would vote on that.
Right. Need a motion.
So I move that we request that they install the flashing lights on the stop signs.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Hawkins, to ask DOT to install the flashing red lights on the stop signs.
I guess they're red lights, they're solar lights.
Okay.
Flashing red beacons.
Flashing red beacons. Any discussion?
Yes, Mayor, can I say the motion, just to be clear, those flashing lights are in the interim while we're awaiting report, right? As opposed to just flashing lights there. We're making a motion that the flashing lights are put there in the interim during the analysis, as well as finding out the total cost. Can we then amend that motion?
Lisa?
I mean,
Interim.
what does it, I mean, That's fine during the interim. Again, I don't think I can speak for the DOT.
Right.
But that's an immediate request that they go ahead and install the flashing red solar lights onto the stop signs.
Yeah, I think, I just want to make sure, I think the point is that we make to DOT, assuming council's good with it, that the flashing red lights on the stop signs are only an interim measure. We still want to pursue the full
Right.
signalization.
Right, we're not
So,
stopping the process with research and the analysis or any of those things.
And I think if
Right.
we don't make that clear, they could interpret
Okay.
that that's all we want.
As a temporary or interim measure while we await analysis.
Correct.
Would be the addition.
Yes.
Okay.
She amended, you still?
Yep,
okay,
second.
All right, so we have that, add the amended motion, second. Now, is there no more discussion, whatever, so you can vote, please. Unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hawkins, emergency prepared preparation, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Plan.
So again, people are at the top of the organization. My next item is emergency preparedness plans. As we all know, with the climate change, with weatherization, hurricanes coming in, we just had a travesty in Western North Carolina. My question is, for here in our growing town, which could be considered a small city, if not yet, but very soon, what emergency preparedness do we have in place for weather via flooding, via trees, infrastructure is changing, our change in population? What emergency preparedness do we have in place for our elderly during flooding, electricity coming out? What do we have in place, and how are we getting that out to the public? How is this easily accessed to the public? And in another facet, where can this be referenced? That is my item.
I want to ask something to Chief, Fire Chief, Dave Moore. When I first came on this board, we had to take a special class. I forgot what the name of it was, and I think it started with an N.
That's the NIMS trainings.
But I haven't heard anything about that since then.
Oh, it's still out there.
I thought, Mr. Moore, I thought we were required to take one. We were required to take that one.
Go ahead.
Those classes do exist. It's probably very timely. I think they did some restructuring on what some of those classes were called. I have all of those certifications, and they've told me mine are so old that I have to take them all again. So, and they've renamed some of them, and
We had set up for quite a few folks to take them at the Eastern Branch training,
last
spring
year.
maybe.
Yeah.
I don't remember when it was, but most of them got canceled. So they generally have them here once a year, and then there is some online stuff you can do also.
We'll try to get that together, because Chief and I have been talking about our safety plan. It's a little dated. We need to update that, and along with the measures we're putting in place for notifications to citizens.
We do have an emergency operations
Yeah.
plan. That's generally not put out in front of the
That's
public.
correct.
For obvious reasons. I mean, I'd be glad to show it to you, but we don't generally like post it on the website or anything like that.
Sure, Chief. Thank you, and I will be looking forward to reviewing it with you. But my question is, what can the public, elderly, disabled, people with pets, who are they references? I know you can call 911, but if a said tornado, hurricane, whatnot comes here, extreme flooding, what can we do and how soon can we do it to help provide some sort of safety, a packet or something for the people, something in place And again, I go back to Western North Carolina, I go back to Florida. And this question, to me, I don't want it to be deemed as an outlier of, outlandish. This is something that is happening now, and it is a valid question on behalf of the people of Winterville as well as ourselves.
But most of the preparation comes from emergency management.
Right.
At the county, state, federal level, but that's where most of like the infographics and things come from. And then on the response side, that's where we generally come in, and we've got mutual aid agreements and things that are in place that kind of escalate depending on the incident, and that's kind of how that works out.
But just depending on the event, we have in the past and are prepared to open up our Emergency Operations Center, which is currently housed in the community room. We would like to get that changed, so Town Hall's the Emergency Operations Center, obviously, because first of all, the community room has a lot of windows, but secondly,
It's not set up
we
for
have better ability to break out, et cetera. So we do and know how to activate and operate our Emergency Operations Center. That involves our management team. We know the forms, finance keeps up with the forms we're supposed to use, and FEMA, contacts with FEMA. Chief is our emergency operations, our emergency manager for the town. He stays in touch with emergency management above us. County usually will open their emergency operations center. We stay in mutual contact. We get information out through all of our necessary and available means to us. So as we add on these new processes we're putting in place, we'll have additional abilities to reach out to people. Depending on the event, though, is how you would then activate emergency response, and
it kind of escalates based on the incident.
Yes.
Depending on what's going on.
So we have been through, I would say, hurricanes, or fortunately, when I say fortunately, we haven't had a train derailment, we haven't had a large tornado event, et cetera, but we are prepared to respond accordingly.
And Chief, you all mentioned, and Councilwoman Robertson mentioned, a course or training that took place. When can this be revisited or reactivated to ensure that we are equipped or we are educated on what to do in the event of a disaster?
It takes a little bit of logistics to get the classes set up, as far as scheduling with everyone and instructors and the community college, but I mean, it's definitely something we do, kind of like CPR training, we just do it periodically.
Can you look into it, or can you look into how that would work, how that would look, and give us some options? Perhaps one of us could be, one or two of us might want to go on behalf of the council.
Or all of you.
I think we would want you all to take it. Yes.
So if you could, I'll reach out to you in terms of sitting with you and looking at the plan that you mentioned, as well as any training. But I just feel like this should be mentioned. We shouldn't wait until
it's kind of the type of thing that sort of happens in the background, out of everybody's sight, but it's kind of ongoing all the time.
But I do appreciate you bringing it up, because I do think
Absolutely.
it's at the forefront of a lot of people's minds, particularly as we see our cohorts and friends out in the western part of the state. We're reminded that in 1999, we were in a very, not the same, but our own disaster with Hurricane Floyd. And so it's good to be able to update the ways that we respond, and trail derailments are something that, thank God, hadn't happened here.
There's quite a few different scenarios.
We've got some emergencies that we need to plan for that we may not have thought about as much in the past. So it's a salient point.
And I wanted to mention the town app, the Winterville app. Can we speak to that in terms of if something arises? Town Manager Parker, can you share an update on that?
Absolutely. I'm excited to report that our GoGov live launch is Friday, November 8th, this Friday. It is called Winterville at Work. You will be able, if you have a smartphone, you will be able to download that from both the Apple and Google stores. And there's a plethora of notifications, requests for information, questions, et cetera, that you can pick from. And there's also a general ability to ask a question if it's not included in the variety of listing that we have populated. We will have the ability to update that in-house as things change and we need to add, delete, et cetera. So we're excited about that. Now, having said that, everyone doesn't have a smartphone. So we're still working on all call notification systems and our website update. There's a draft of that has been provided. We're going through it. We'll be going through it from a staff level, but that should be ready to launch soon. So these additional ways of communication are available with our GoGov app being the first one. And as we move forward with our website launch and our all-call notification. Challenge with the all-call notification system is, you know, with the app, the person can go download that and it's easy. With the all-call notification system, if you don't have a cell phone, you have a landline, that's more of a voluntary reach out and sign up. So we'll need you all's help when we get closer to that to try to get the word out, and we'll certainly keep the word out in our respective outlets, but in a nutshell, that's where we are.
And you say again, the app is what, Winterville?
It's Winterville at Work.
Winterville at Work.
Yes. And if you go on your phone and you look, I know everybody can't see it, but this is what it will look like when you download it. I don't know if anybody out there can see it, but so you'll start a request, or you can visit our website. But again, we will try to upload some videos that will kind of help navigate the app for people who need some assistance. But I guess we're coming a little more into the current times, little bit by little bit. But again, that go live date is Friday.
I think that is wonderful, and when we're talking about emergency preparedness, that's going to be an excellent conduit from the people of Winterville who has access to just knowing what's happening in the town. So thank you for that, and hopefully there's a user-friendly tutorial.
We're going to do our best.
That can help.
Because it has to be user-friendly for me, so we're certainly going to try to make that available. And Don has been Harvey's been my cohort in this endeavor, so I appreciate his assistance as we try to get it launched. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Items for future agenda and future work sessions, anyone?
Mayor, I have a couple of updates. Staff is currently working on our town hall meeting that we want to have this month on recycling. So once we choose a date, we'll let council know. This will not be a council meeting per se, it'll be a town hall, and we'll definitely get the date out for everybody who has questions on recycling and where we are and how our current situation came to be. In December, we're hoping to have a special meeting where we have you remember me talking about last month some of the analyses we've had done on our rates, customer service, and some other services. We feel like they will involve some presentations that take around 20 minutes apiece, thereabout. So we'll try to come up with a date that's good for you all to try to have that special meeting in December before things get really crazy with the holidays. So they're the updates on the two items that we discussed last meeting.
Anyone else?
I would just like to say that I did follow up and have passed by the North Winterville Cemetery sign several times, thinking about the proposed signage and possible lighting. And in light of good points made about trying to raise the sign and maybe disturbing individuals who may be interred there, I think that the sign that is proposed, that idea and the possible solar lighting is probably the best way to go. And I think that I would like to go ahead and direct staff, make a motion to direct staff to maybe reach out and get at least 2 options for the sign and for possible lighting, and bring it to us at the next meeting so that maybe we can go ahead and make some decisions and get that taken care of. I understand it's been on the to-do for a while.
That's the motion. I second.
Okay, have a motion by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilman Moy, to direct staff to look in possible lighting and
Bring at
signage.
least 2 options
Two
for the sign
two
and
possible
lighting.
options for signage at the Winterville Cemetery. That's
The North Winterville.
North Winterville Cemetery. Any discussion? If not, can you please vote?
Are you ready?
Well, we don't have a slide, so if you could do it the good old fashioned
Yeah, okay.
way.
All right,
Oh,
he's working
Evan?
on it.
All right, thank you.
Johnston is on the case.
On the case.
All right.
Thank you.
Can you please vote? Unanimously, thank you.
That was quick on the draw.
All right. Turn it over to Don.
You always catch me by surprise.
Mhm.
Okay, our announcements for this month. Tomorrow is election day for somebody that may be hidden under a rock, because I think we all know tomorrow is the culmination of the time period that we've been going through. Veterans Day is next Monday, November the 11th. And one thing that's not noted on there, there will be the ceremony over, weather permitting, in front of the police station. Weather not permitting will be inside the fire station. That's at 11 o'clock. And I'll get posted, there is a posting of just the general information right now. Coffee with a Cop is on November 15th. It is over at Cooper's Cup again this month. Planning and Zoning Board is Monday, November 18th. Board of Adjustment is on November 19th. Recreation Advisory Board is on Tuesday, November 26th. And one thing, let me jump back, that's changed since we published this. The Human Relations Board will meet on Thursday, November the 14th. We scheduled this special meeting. Now I got to remember where it was. We did recreation. Agenda information for the December meeting is due Wednesday, November the 27th. Part of that earliness is because of the Thanksgiving holidays, so we can get it put together and out. Thanksgiving holidays are Thursday and Friday, the 28th and 29th. And an agenda review meeting is on December 5th. The town Christmas party is Thursday, December 5th. And then your next regular meeting is on Monday, December 9th.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the announcement. Make sure you can attend some of these announcements, gatherings and whatnot. Turn it over to King for a report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report. I will point out, of course, we've got a closed session tonight. The amended agenda references the statute. I actually think it probably should be A3 regarding the attorney-client privilege. Other than that, subject to your questions, that's all I have.
Okay. Ms. Smith, Councilwoman Smith.
Caught me off guard. I'm pulling a Mr. Harvey. I'm sorry. Just thank you to everybody who came out this evening. Thank you for expressing and during the public comment and letting us hear your input. Wanted to say, nobody's here. I don't, anybody on the chamber, Miss Rebecca Cavanagh, they did a great job with the Fright Night. There was a good crowd out there, and then all the things that they do to support our town and our businesses. We thank them.
Ms. Robinson.
I'm quite sure everybody wants to thank our veterans, send out sentiments of thankfulness for the sacrifices that they've made for all of us to keeping us free. And I hope everybody's voted and everything. On the third Saturday, church that I belong to, Mount Shiloh, we'll be having a community dinner, and we invite everybody to come and join us for our community dinner. All it takes is your effort to get there. There's no cost. So please come and join us from 11 to 1. Free turkey dinners.
Councilwoman Burrell.
Just like to say thank you to all the staff for everything that you all do. Thank you to the town council. I enjoy serving alongside you. But I also want to just make a statement that everyone deserves another chance. 9 times out of 10, we've all run out of second chances, but we all deserve another chance. And for our town to be collaborative, we really have to understand the diversity of all of the citizens. So it doesn't matter where a person comes from, what they look like, what they believe in. All of everyone that came here tonight and lifted your voices matter, and for them to be heard. So in saying that, to create a collaborative community with our police, with our citizens, with our business owners, everyone, to Ms. Brandy's point, should feel respected, valued, and included. So I would say that when you all see the Human Relations Board and all those different things that are coming out or that is out on our website, attend those meetings, because human relations, it fosters that collaboration, to reduce conflict, to promote, satisfaction, safety, and things of that nature, and then just creating a mutual working environment for our community. So that's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hawkins.
Yes, so I'd like to end the comments for the town council meeting tonight, or begin my comments by stating again that the people are at the top of this organization. There would be no organization without the people. And the people need to understand that they are at the top, and we come below the people, and then the services that are provided. So you have a voice, right? Your presence is powerful, your presence is valuable, and your presence speaks volumes. I'd like to thank the staff for working collaboratively and communicating with town council when we have questions. I want it to be clear that questions are for clarity, for communication, and for collaboration. Questions are not meant to be contentious or divisive, but they are just what they are, questions. And when we are serving people, when we are in the service of people, you are going to get questions. And if you don't want questions, then you need to rethink what you're doing. I'd like for us to, for the people of Winterville who hear my voice, myself and others, to come out and celebrate Veterans Day for those who fought for our freedoms of democracy, in which we will exercise tomorrow if others have not exercised for early voting. I'm also speaking to those who are coming behind us, not yet at voting age, but please be educated on how your local government affects your life. I am a daughter of a World War II. I'm the granddaughter of a World War II veteran, as well as the daughter of a Vietnam veteran. And I take pride in being a citizen and serving in civic engagement as the town council. So come out and vote. Please do not allow your political views to divide you as a person and as a human being.
Thank you. Councilman.
Yes, I would like to thank everybody for coming out tonight, and the ones that voiced their concern and their interest of whatever problem that we have here in our town, we're not perfect, but we strive to be perfect, you know. So I say to you, if you just think about the slogan that we have, the slice of good life, that's what we're striving for, a slice of good life here in our wonderful town of Winterville. And I hope and pray that everybody will have a wonderful Thanksgiving to give thanks for the cause and for the purpose. If we live to see it, because there's no promise at this time. So if you do, don't forget to give thanks. God bless you and have a happy Thanksgiving.
Mayor, I have no comment.
No comment. Well, I'd just like to say thank you to everyone that came out tonight to express yourselves. The council took it all in. We'll listen and we'll make a decision. But from a wholeheartedly thing, this shouldn't just be a one-time event. This should be all the time. We should look to see this arena packed because, as Ms. Hawkins says, this is your arena. You should come, know what's going on in your town. Don't wait till it's a problem. You should be here. You elect us, you should be here. You need to be here to see what's going on. You know, again, don't wait till it's a problem. You need to be here at all times. So with that being said, we're going to move over to closed session. Can I get a motion to go in closed session? I can't take any.
I make a motion that we go into closed session.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Hawkins, second by Councilman Moy, to go into closed session. Is there any discussion? None? Get your clickers, please. Unanimous vote, move into closed session.
Good job.
Ready? Like to, if someone would entertain a motion to come back into,
So moved.
Second.
okay. We have a motion to come back into open session. Motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell. In the discussion, if none, use your clicker to vote, please. Motion's carry. We just come out of closed session and we had some discussions and whatnot concerning Cabela's social house. And to the citizens, as we navigate through these times together, let us remember the strength found in our collected and calm and resolve. Our town is a community, and together we stand resilient and ready to face these challenges with grace and harmony. You know, there's a lot of stuff that's been said and whatnot, but we're gonna get through this together. Our attorney is gonna explain our next step.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to the legal nature of the matter, there is an appeal that's currently in place that's being conducted by a state agency. The town has no control, if you will, over that appeal. However, the police chief has been subpoenaed to testify at the appeal. The town must let the legal process move forward to its ultimate conclusion. Once the appeal is heard and the appeal is set for December the 17th, the ABC Commission will then decide on the status of the permit. And at that point in time, the town may be in a position, once that decision is made, to assist one way or another with the applicant and the granting or the denial of the appeal. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Attorney Laster. And so we're gonna move on from that. The next part of our closed door discussion was about the farmstead property. And after discussing with everyone, they decided to keep the vote as was in August. Was it August? August. It was a 3-2 to deny GUC to service the property. So that was the outcome from what we gathered back there. But we want to just say thank you to Farmstead for their presentation. We hope that we can collectively work together with you all, see if we can get this project done. But at this time, this how the town stands. So if there's any other questions, if not, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell. If there's no discussions, please click the clicker. Motion to adjourn. Good.